Well, hello there, Master Hellish here, and welcome to our Tuesday night Kerbal Space Program Let's Play live stream with the sticky thing. Which one's the here's the sticky screen. Stick! There we go. Hello, and welcome everybody. I can see we've got a number of people joining us, including a few familiar faces, including Brandon, Egg, Jackamak. See James Hunt's here. Watching on YouTube. DJ says very sticky. It is very sticky. Mr. Beantown's popped along as well, and Amtrak's here as well. Hello. I had a funny. What's not silent there? Oh right, okay. Let's get rid of that screen. There we go. That's what's making the noises, I think. Hey, hello and welcome everybody. It is Facebook, but the thing is that I don't normally use Facebook through the website or the app. I use Facebook through Franz, and Franz is muted while I'm streaming. The other thing is I accidentally had a tab open to Facebook because I did something different today on my Chrome, so I had to close that tab. Super TNT Gaming's here as well. So yes, hello everybody. Well, what have I got to say? Don't know. I haven't got anything in particular to say, I suppose. I suppose what we should really do is do our recap of what happened last time. And of course, once again, Jackamak hasn't failed us and has very kindly provided a quick clip to remind us what happened last time. We need a heavy lifting rocket where we can bring the booster back down, keep the booster, recover it from the ocean, and then bring the second stage back down. It's a single booster, but it's got 24 rocket engines on the bottom. Look at that. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, launch. Booster is nearly out of fuel. Those 24 engines working overtime. Now we need separation. Switch to the second stage. Pop fairing. Enable engines. And level out our trajectory. So here's our booster. Deploy drogue parachutes very soon. There we go. There go the drogues. Looks like we've got our 4th successful booster return. So we need to get over these mountains and then land it. We're losing it. That's it. This time it has not been successful. We lost it. I've got it. I think I've got it. We got it back. We need to look at we need to do some improvements. Oh my goodness, we might actually do it here. SAS is going on now. Retrograde's going on now. The last of the RCS is coming out now. Engines, I'm going to start rolling. And one. Are we going to have a touchdown? It's a bit wobbly. It's very wobbly. Well, it's not on its end, but it didn't explode. That's always the positive, isn't it, when it doesn't explode? So there we go. That's what we did last time. The TR-10 rocket is now in its full testing phase. So last time we did various different things. We tried to improve it with various different bits and bobs. There's actually something really interesting that I'm going to highlight soon. And we kind of almost predicted the news. So we'll see. But yes, we have an open TTD event on Saturday. I can actually release a little bit more information. The expected start time is going to be 7:30 UTC. 7:30 PM. So hopefully we can have a fantastic evening of open TTD madness. And Gecko's here watching on YouTube. So there we go. That's what happened last time. Let's come back to this time. So here we are. We are in our little solar system here. Kerbin's down there. You can see we've got the moon and Minmus over there. We've got 3 space stations and different bits of science. How long would the game be? I don't know exactly, Brandon. Probably. Probably 4 hours. It's not going to be a 5 or 6 hour one. It's going to be about a 4 hour one. Bog, hey, welcome to the stream. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to each of the major space stations and see if they've got any science available for us. Today it's all about crunching the missions. So this is the moon, the Lunar space station. Remember, we've got the extra RCS up here now, as well as the fuel and oxygen. We've got a tug and a lander, as well as our science modules, and where's the living quarters and the command module. So if we go over here, we can see that we have, and we haven't. Let's have a look here. So we've got 133 science built up. That's cool. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll transmit that science, and we've got plenty of electricity. So much electricity. These dual solar arrays that I've put on have completely and utterly done the job. And the amount of batteries on here is fantastic as well. So the space station has enough power while it's on the dark side of the moon as well. So that's transmitting now. We're at 89%. And we have enough room left in this lab to add more science. But there's also plenty of data within the lab to keep it going for a while. So we don't need to do anything new on that just yet. So that's all good. That's J-Bay can carry on working on the science in there. One thing of note, we got some world first milestones. Do you remember right towards the end of the last live stream, we had a soft landing that went wrong because we landed whilst we was under time acceleration, and the vehicle accelerated downwards rapidly. We actually got some world first milestones from that. So look, we've got a depth record, 10 meters, 20, 80, 240, 750. I think it went a few kilometers below the ocean because of the unscheduled rapid disassembly that we had due to the physics warping, which is a bit daft, but we've got some science and some reputation and some money from that. So no Kerbals died. So let's just now nip back to the thing. What's it called? With the tracking station. That's it, the tracking station, and go to the Kerbin space station. Now the Kerbin space station has more science at it, I think. So let's see what we've got here. So network 17 is sat in the station. This time it's the same setup as the other station, except instead of a lunar lander, we've got this transport ship that's currently docked. It's not normally there. I think that was left over from network 17 coming to the space station. So let's have a look what we've got available. 338 science, and it's got loads of data backed up. So this definitely needs to keep processing. So let's transmit that science. And again, even though we're on the dark side of the planet, the electrical charge has not got a problem. Now, one thing you may have noticed about the space station is that I've actually retracted all the solar panels. So for example, we've got loads of little solar panels like on the tug and on the command module and all on the transport ship. But I've actually retracted them all just to make the thing look a lot more tidy. And also when I'm docking, to make sure I don't accidentally crash into any of them and break them. We don't need them at the moment. We've got the big panels on the top and bottom. They do the job, and I think it makes it look much better. Okay, we've nearly finished transmitting all of those science, so we'll go back to the Space Center and see if we can spend it before cracking on with today's missions. So just to reiterate what I said before, we've got an open TTD game happening Saturday night. That's night time, kind of Europe, UK time. And it's planned to start at 7:30 at night UTC. So 1930 UTC. Which means we might get more of our American fellows and followers coming along to join in. Because I think that'll be a more amicable time for them. So we've got 568.5 science. I don't know how we've ended up with 0.5 science from the labs. So we can't unlock any of these things down this side yet because we need to upgrade the facility. But we have filled in quite a lot of this research tree, and one of the things that I'm trying to head towards is advanced science tech, because then we can make our own fuel on an outpost and do really long-term missions. But for now we've got these ones down here that we can unlock, and they're 300 each, so we can only afford to unlock one of them. So which one do you think we should unlock, chat? We've got nuclear propulsion, which gives us a atomic rocket motor. Now this has an insane vacuum ISP. Basically, when you're in space, the ISP, which is basically how efficient the engine is at turning fuel into movement, is astonishing. I think one of the best ISPs that we've got so far is about 280. So this is like 3 or 4 times as fuel efficient as our... Not more power, no, Brandon. No, it's more efficient. So the actual thrust while in a vacuum is only 60 kilonewtons. And I'm pretty sure the small engines that we're using on our rockets are around... I want to say about 120, 113 kilonewtons. So this one big rocket motor is about half as powerful as the small ones that we have. But it is ridiculously efficient. I want to get this eventually and create a little craft that goes on top of the second stage of the TR-10, so that we use the TR-10 to launch a craft with this sillily efficient engine. So that's one option. The next option is large volume containment, so it gives us a new stack decoupler, and I think these are wider tanks. And then we've got advanced metalwork, so we've got more girders, a docking port, connectors, and an inflatable airlock. I don't know what that is. Composites, which gives us inline clampertrons and various different structural panels and a new protective shell and plates and so forth. Then we've got high altitude flight, which gives us more bodies and bits, intakes and cockpits and stuff. No new engines though, which is a little bit disappointed. Heavy aerodynamics, which gives us the ability to make really heavy aeroplanes, like massive ones. Not sure what we'd use that for, to be completely honest. And then heavy landing, which gives us the landing gear. And a big heat shield as well. So I don't know which one you guys think I should go for right now. So shout out in the chat which ones you think I should have a look at. And before I do that, let's go over to the contracts. This is what we're going to be concentrating on tonight. So we already have a contract for planting a flag on Minmus, and one for planting a flag on the moon, and gathering surface deployed mystery goo observations from the surface of the moon, and from the and seismic sensor from the surface of the moon. So we basically got 3 missions there to do with the surface of the moon. Okay. And one for the surface of Minmus. So basically we're looking for things that match up quite nicely. I want to try and avoid positioned satellites in specific orbits and repairing of satellites. We've got an Explore Eve one here where all you have to do is fly by and gather data. That could be a good one to do. And I say that because it could be relatively easy to just get a fly past from Eve. But then there's also this one. It says detect three comets with a Sentinel infrared telescope. I've never done that before, and I think what it would be a really nice mission would be to... Oh, hang on. So you need the telescope on a vessel, and achieve orbit around the sun. Right. What I was going to say is it might be nice to add that to our space station, but we haven't got a space station going around the sun. So we'll have to see. Topster, watching on YouTube, hello. And Gecko says, anything that would help with moon landings or other missions. He has pretty much most of them except the aeroplane stuff. So so everything else apart from the aeroplane stuff. Obi-Wan says definitely nuclear engine. Egg says nuclear. Jackamak says nuclear engine. Brandon says engines. Surely you have amazing cooling on a sun space station. No, you don't have to have amazing cooling on a sun space station, because a sun space station can be in a massive orbit really, really far from the sun. It could be further out than Kerbin. As soon as you leave the sphere of influence of Kerbin and not its moons, you are in orbit of the sun. So it's not really anymore. I'm not really happy with many of these, except maybe doing this Eve, because we just need to do a flyby and scientific data. So just pushing out a probe that way, potentially with the new atomic engine, could be really good. Could you still collect any data from the sun if you did that? Yeah, so you don't actually have to go to the sun, Jackamak. You have to be in orbit of the sun. Earth is just one big sun space station. That is kind of true, Adam. That is in some ways technically true. Let's go over to the tracking station, just see where Eve is in relation to us. So this is Kerbin. We zoom out from there. We've got, oh, there's Eve. It's just one jump in. Okay. I know if we were trying to get to Duna, it'd be easier to get to Duna if Duna was at a... You know what? I think we might actually be able to do... Oh no, because Eve's got on the inside of the orbit is going to go quicker than a craft coming round here. The Earth has gravity engines. Yeah, you could kind of do the same tests on Earth, yeah. Right, we're going to attempt to launch a rocket at Eve, just for the giggles. So we'll see how it goes.
Fantastic.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm gonna attempt your name and get it wrong. This is what I do for new people. So I'm gonna break it up because I need to. Tukopo Tukopo. I think I might have actually got that right, even though I stuttered with it. Right then. I'm going to get the nuclear engine and we're going to use it to try and go to Eve. And I think I just clicked on the wrong facility. Let's try again. Let's try again. Not bad. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to unlock that nuclear engine. Thank you very much, chat. I think I agree. So there we go. The atomic rocket motor. Useless in atmosphere. Brilliant in vacuum. And doesn't have a lot of push. So it's good for small light aircraft. Now we're not intending to get that bit back, so that's not a problem. Not a problem. This explore Eve. It says it expires in 5 days. How long do we have to complete it once we accept it? I don't think it says a time frame. So let's accept that. Go over here. Okay, prestige accepted. Yeah, it tells us. So I think we've got an infinite amount of time. Yeah, expires never. So we don't have to worry about that. So what I was thinking is that we get this aircraft going and then we do a trip to the moon. And maybe we use the TR-10 with Kerbals on board. We're going to need a scientist, I think, to do the deploying the mystery geo observations and so forth. I don't know if the TR-10 second stage would land on the moon nicely. Maybe this could be a good test. I've got an idea. I've got several ideas. So the first thing we're going to do is design this kind of third stage for our TR-10. And for those of you who are new, TR stands for test rocket. So this is the kind of 10th major design that we've come up with. And I guess we'll build it on top of the existing rocket. So there's the booster for the TR-10. There's the second stage for the TR-10. And then what we'll do is we'll put the lifter module, and yes, lifter and module are both spelt wrong, but never mind. And then we'll merge that on. You know what? I don't think that should go on there. I think we should put an adapter on there instead. Let's see. Actually, with the weird shape of the third stage, we should put a payload fairing. Because aerodynamically, it will make the rocket unstable. So if we add the lifter module, but remove the docking port and swap that out for a decoupler, then we can get our brand new rocket engine. Where's it gone? There it is. It's a long one. It's quite a long one. We need some fuel on that. So I guess... no. This is going to be like our third stage / probe. I don't know why it's not showing up as in the middle. Oh, I guess it's not in the middle. Okay. And then we need to make this work. So it doesn't need RCS because we're not going to dock. It needs a control section. So if we go into structural. Yeah, structural. Intense whooshing. The nerve of you. What? The nerve you what? You want a fuel tank? Yeah, I want a fuel tank. And then I think what we'll do is we'll give this some control authority. That stabilizer is probably too big. Let's do a small inline reaction wheel. Come on. There we go. So we've got a reaction wheel, and then we want a probe core. We'll get this one because it's a good one. And power. So we'll pop a couple of these rechargeable batteries in. I think probably because we're going to hopefully transmit data, we'll put 4 in. Oh, for this engine you want a fuel-only tank. There's no oxidizer. Ooh, I'm with you now. Let's have a look. Propellants. Liquid fuel. Right. So we don't need oxidizer. Okay, thank you very much. You know what? Eventually we would have realised this. But there we go. We need a different fuel tank. So there's the Mark 1 liquid fuselage, the Mark 0 liquid fuselage. I'm not sure which ones of these are only liquid variants, to be completely honest. But we can certainly go through them and have a quick look. That's liquid. That's liquid. Both. Oh, that one's liquid. Both. Monoprop. Okay, so I think we're going with this one. In which case, instead, we'll have 2. There we go. That's better. Yeah, that'll do the job. So we've got our control from our reaction wheels, we've got the probe control, we've got power. We're going to need some solar panels on this, so we'll do our standard solar panels. And I think... Oh, right. Amtrak, which link did you try and use? We had somebody report this problem to us with the public Discord link, but they never... I don't think they ever told us which link they were trying to use, so I didn't know which one to fix. So if you let me know, I'm sure we'll be able to sort it out. And I'm sure one of the moderators will be able to at least give a temporary one or something. So we're going to be really, really far away. So I don't know how the comms are going to work on this. So I don't know if we're going to need like a massive relay antenna. Like that. Let's have a look. Relay antenna. Tolerance, mass, yep. Let's have a see. Bandwidth. Requires electrical charge. It's a relay. So if I've got a relay antenna, do I need a standard antenna? I'm not sure if I do. I mean, if I do put a standard antenna on this, it is pretty huge. I mean, I could always put a relay antenna on the other side because it doesn't matter. And then this doesn't actually need a cone on the front. We could probably just leave it like that because it's just going to be in space. But it doesn't look right, does it? No, it doesn't look right. We're going to have to put something... No, because that just adds extra weight. In fact, why are we even putting anything on the top of this at all? Let's just... let's just get rid of everything. Like this. Oops, no. Come on, where's that? There it is. We could just have it bare bones. Why not? Use the one at the bottom of the website. Okay. Alright. I'll just go have a quick check on the website. So, I'll be right back. You watch this clip and I'll get a new link.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Hey, the car survived.
Wow.
That's wrong.
Ooh.
Nothing survived.
Look at
The
it.
entire
Look at
ship
that.
is gone.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a
Oh.
screenshot right there.
I did turtle myself a little bit. For me, it's the solar panels which is the difficult bit about this one. Can we get up on here? Let's see if it'll let us. Oh, look at it go! Yeah, we lost the science modules. Let's recover the vessel. Don't know if it would be hard to use low gravity. I left Brandon behind. Not just the science. I refueled and left. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Brandon. Okay, folks, I think I've fixed the Discord link. That should be a permanent one. So if I go into now server settings and I go to the invites. Yep, I can see that. That should be a permanent one for the general channel. And then I'll get rid of all the others. So use that one for now, folks, and I will update the website as soon as I can. Okay, so yeah, like I said, so this probe is going to be just exposed to the coldness of space. So we've got power control, and we've got the engine on the bottom. The fuel should be fine, and the antennas are massive. I'm not sure I need both antennas. Plop. Ah, did you see that? plop, that smashes into the solar array. So, doop 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 doo. Turn it the other way around so it doesn't. There we go. So that should be our third stage. I have no idea if it's going to do it. This should probably work. But let's build a fairing around this. So if we just come straight up with the fairing, bring it in a little, and then there we go. So we've got a third stage in there now. What's our overall thrust to weight ratio? It has no idea. Okay. So let's get all this the right way round. So we're not going to launch that until later on. The separation of that is not until later on. So this is all the first stage stuff. Second stage needs separating from the DISM link. We've got the drogue there, which is separate. This is the only problem with saving a ship in its various different components. So we can blast the payload fairing, and I think that should do it. So let's try and get this. Let's try it. Let's give it a go. It might not work, and it's going to take a long time to float there. So what we can do is do the moon mission while it's on its way. So there we go. So we're not going to save it. Let's just have a quick look at this. The two things that I usually forget is solar panels and the communications. But in this case, I've got both. So it should be fine. There we go. Have a little drink. Fantastic. Right then, folks, here we go then. So this is, I think this is the TR-10's 5th mission. So far we've managed to recover all of the first and second stages for all the missions. Let's see if we can do it again. Dexter's here. He says, "Hey Hellish, how's the stream going so far?" So far it's gone okay. We've collected a load of science. We've set up what missions we're going to do. We've unlocked a new engine, and we've put a third stage on top of the TR-10. So we're going to throttle everything up to maximum, turn SAS on, just check our staging with a little look over there, and we're going to launch in 3, 2, 1. So there we go. We've got our initial launch done. I'm going to put a little rotation in there now to try and get us facing the right way to be able to use our fins. And I think we're just going to keep burning and burning and burning. So we want to, I think... Oh, it is rather wobbly.
New Viewer Plus subscriber. Fantastic.
Oh, thanks for the Viewer Plus subscribe. I'm right in the middle of launching a rocket, so I'm going to check that out very, very soon. But we've gone past the 5 kilometer mark, so we're going to start turning this round. Gently bring it over. I'm actually going to press this button down here, which brings us into like the easy tweaky mode. There we go. So we're just going to keep gently pushing. We're actually going slightly off track, but that doesn't matter too much. It's quite stable actually with the aerodynamics on there, and we've got quite a heavy payload, and I didn't actually check the thrust to weight ratio, but we are going very fast now through the very top parts of the atmosphere, so we're getting some atmospheric heating effects, and there we go. So let's eject the second stage, switch to the second stage. Actually, if we switch back again, we can just tell it to go prograde quickly. Then we can pop the fairing to reveal the third stage. We can press 1 to open up the antennas and the solar arrays, and stage again to turn on the engines. Okay. So now we're going to attempt to make orbit with this before the first stage booster starts dropping too much. There it is, flying behind us. Is that RPW Jansen has subscribed to Viewer Plus? Thank you very much. You are fantastic. Please correct me if I got your name wrong. So there's the booster. It's currently still climbing up. It's going to reach, I don't know what sort of maximum orbit there, but I feel like we are getting a bit too high with the second stage. So I'm just going to actually throttle that off. Okay. So we need to be careful here and get the timing right, as always. I feel like... Which way is the booster point? Okay, so we're pointing the wrong way a little. So we need to just... Let's put a little bit of throttle in. Steady. Okay, there we go. So if we boost like this, it should keep the highest point of our orbit down. We just need to extend this suborbital flight far enough so that we can deal with the booster and then come back to the second stage. And actually the space station's rapidly approaching, but we're doing okay there. Might even almost make orbit before we need to switch to the booster. Yeah, it looks like we're going to make orbit. There we go. Okay, we've got an orbit. It's not an even one, but we've got an orbit. We're going to switch back to the booster. We're going to have a little drink. Tell the booster it needs to be prograde. That's what we attempt to do. We attempt to come in on this heat shield, but in reality, that just doesn't really happen. Now, one of the changes that I made when I was on the on the server with the Viewer Plus subscribers on the Discord is I swapped some of the engines for this large one. And that's because this large engine has a much higher specific impulse. It has a 310 specific impulse compared to these engines, which is 305. So it's more fuel efficient. The only thing is that one engine isn't enough to lift the TR10. So we have these smaller ones around the outside to just knock up the thrust a bit. So we don't actually have 24 engines on this thing now. We have one massive one, and I think that's 12 smaller ones. But we're about to start coming in. We need to get ready to open the drogues and then the main chutes at the appropriate time. Closing in on the target. Yes, we need to actually check. According to this now, we've got 39 Viewer Plus subscribers, which is absolutely fantastic. There we go. It's starting to wobble. It's actually flipped round. The reason why it flips round is those engines are so much heavier than than the rest of the tank. Okay. But with it flipping round, it gets enough air resistance. Job's a good un. So now we're going to turn the SAS off and let its natural aerodynamic shape take it down towards the ground. It is going quite quick this time. Why is it going so fast? I mean, it is slowing down at about 4 Gs. But we're okay to open drogues soon. We do open drogues quite late because we don't want to wait for this thing to float down to the surface forever. There's the deceleration. There's main chutes. And we stopped about 120 meters above the surface. Is there anything wrong with opening early? If you open too early and you're going too fast, you'll destroy the parachute. But as long as you're not going too quickly, no, there's nothing wrong with that. it just takes you longer to get down to the surface, and I want to leave it later so we're not waiting for it to float down for an eternity. So that's the booster recovered. I reckon we'll get about 20 grand for that. Oh, 42 grand, sorry. I was thinking of the wrong ship. And now we can go back up into space where we've got our second stage. Here's our second stage. Now sometimes we dock our second stage to the space station to refuel, but for this one I don't think we're going to bother. I really don't think we're going to bother because we've got plenty of fuel in the upper stage, I think. So we may as well extend all these antennas. And we'll extend this one as well. There we go. We've never built a a stage like this before. So what we'll do, I think what we'll do is we'll put it into a highly elliptical orbit with nearly all of the fuel, and then we'll disconnect, and we will use the rest of the fuel to try and bring the second stage back. So, was that I eat sand? Did I see that? If that's correct, then thank you. You're welcome. Dexter says beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful. It worked nicely. J-Bay says hello all. There was a meteor sighting over one of your cities this evening. Cool. I like seeing meteors. I think I've seen one a couple in my life, maybe 3 or 4 in my life. Anyway, I don't think it matters which way we exit the Kerbin system. So we're just going to do it. We're just going to point prograde. And let's just make sure we're not going to crash into any moons or Minmus. So if we do prograde now, we should miss the moon. It should go in front of us. So let's light up those engines. These lights should... Oh, actually, come to think of it, these engines here are less fuel efficient, so we should just turn them off. And just use the fuel efficient engine. So again, these small side ones here, they don't have a very good specific impulse, but these ones have a better one, specific impulse. The reason why we have a couple of the smaller engines is to get the second stage in orbit before the booster falls too low. Okay, so if we weren't worried about getting back to the booster, we could just forget to have those smaller engines inside the skirt there. Right, so we want to use roughly half of what fuel we had to push out. And then once we've used that, we will detach the stage and do it again. Okay, I think that's enough. What's the objective? The objective here is we're going to try and leave Kerbin. Oh, no we're not. I didn't put any science on it. There's no science on the third stage to transmit. Right, okay, let's try and bring it back. So we're going to use nearly all the fuel to bring it back. I did ask the chat, I said to chat, I said, is there anything I've forgotten? No, it hasn't got solar panels. No, it hasn't got... I mean, it has got solar panels. It has got the communications. And you all just completely forgot to tell me anything at all about it having the ability to actually transmit any science. Because it hasn't got any science instruments on it. There's always something. That's right. Okay, so we are going to just go round. Yep. We do want science. So there's 2 objectives we're trying to complete here. The objective is fly by Eve. So we have to get the vessel nearby Eve, so into its sphere of influence, and go and gather scientific data, so recover or transmit science. So those are the 2 things we're trying to do, and we can't do either of them. So that's brilliant, that, isn't it? So we are just coming in to the atmosphere, 65k up. Normally we would put this ship in a specific orbit to try and bring it back, but with the extra bit on the top, it could go absolutely and utterly horribly wrong. So let's just time warp and we'll see what happens. At least it was a science component I left behind and not a scientist. When have I ever left a scientist behind? Okay, so we're just using the rest of the oxidizer here to bring the height of our orbit down. We could potentially try and land these separately or something. I don't know. This is almost certainly not going to land gracefully. And I probably should have saved some oxidizer for the actual landing to soften the blow. If we land in the water, we might be alright. So yeah, never mind. Alright folks, I think what we'll do, I could have just left this orbiting and just launched a new one. That would have been quicker, wouldn't it? I did ask the chat. That's why you guys are here. You guys are here to make sure I don't forget anything. Let me deal with the complicated stuff. You guys just do the checklist. Yeah, has Hellish forgotten anything silly? Yeah, I've probably forgotten something silly. Although what I haven't forgotten is that I saved one of these white chunky Kit Kats to eat tonight. Oh yeah. I love the white chocolate chunky Kit Kats. They're the best Kit Kats. I don't say what anybody says. These ones are the best ones. Right. Gego says, just a reminder, don't forget anything. Cheers. I mean, I think we're almost certainly going to land on this pass. And looking at this, we're not going to hit the space station. Probably going to land somewhere in the middle of the darkness there. Do you have Milky Bar in England? Yes, we definitely have Milky Bar. I do like Milky Bar. It's good. I mean, just telling me not to forget things is not helpful, guys. Generally, you need to be more specific. Book it as a training flight for the internet. There's nobody on board. I suppose this is a good test of whether we could bring something down with the second stage of the TR-10. I'm looking at this, I'm not actually convinced that we're going to land this circuit. See, if we had an engineer at the space station, we could have attached something to this, but we haven't got an engineer up there. Never mind. I'm sure it'll be fine. What we'll probably do is use some of the monopropellant to bring our periapsis down. Don't forget to remind chat. Alright, I will remind chat to remind me of anything that I might have forgotten. I mean, we have no idea what I might have forgotten, apart from the things that I have forgotten. In the past, I've forgotten solar panels and I've forgotten antennas. They're the things that I normally forget. And I said that while I was building it, didn't I? I said I normally forget solar panels and I normally forget the antennas. It's got them on. Complete forgetting the science. Right then. We still have RCS, the reaction control system. So let's put ourselves retrograde. And in docking mode. And fire the RCS. Turn RCS on, helps. Yep, that's the right way. So you can see, look, it is reducing our periapsis significantly. I'm going to bring it down to about 55k. I did forget Brandon once. Very much so forgot Brandon. There you go, look. That's the power of monopropellant sometimes. What we need is a checklist, don't we? Solar, antenna, science, Kerbal, and now science again. Okay, here we go, folks. We're coming back in on our final approach. So the first thing we need to do is come out of docking mode. The next thing we need to do is get the right way round. So we need to get our leeward side pointing the right way. There we go. When we get close, actually what I'll do is I will fold up everything on the third stage now. I have no expectation that this is going to go well. We can forgive. It's literally rocket
it's hardly
science.
rocket science, is it?
It is hot.
Oh yeah, it is rocket science.
Yeah. Good redeem. Thank you very much there. So what we're going to do is we've got the engine we're going to put right to the back. Separation we're going to do right to the back. We've got one drogue chute on the back here to help with stability once we get in the lower parts of the atmosphere or the middle parts. And we're just going to keep going through the atmosphere here. Now we are still going quite quickly, but we're definitely going to come down. I've got a funny feeling we might come down in the ocean just before the space center, but we'll see. We will see. We need to keep the solar panels out for as long as possible because the radiators use power. Shut the radiators down. And we also need to enter re-entry mode, and this is one of my favourite things to do with this vessel now. So we do re-entry mode like this by pressing number 4 on the keyboard, and the fins rotate the other way and the radiators automatically turn on. So the radiators are on and the fins are the other way. There we go. Camera's a bit weird, but never mind. And as soon as we start getting atmospheric heating, I will retract the solar panels. But for now, we'll keep them out. Just a little bit of time warping. If we start to lose stabilization, we'll turn the RCS system on. But for now, it seems quite stable. Okay, RCS turned on. Just to try and keep it a little bit more level. There we go. I think I'm starting to see some heating here. Some components starting to warm up. It definitely wants to topple with that heavy tank on the top there. There we go. There was the camera change. J-Bay quoting a very... oh my goodness, we're going to run out of RCS at this rate. Okay, I think we're not going to be able to keep this stable because of the yeah, we're not going to be able to keep this stable, so let's retract everything now. That probe core on the top there is almost certainly going to explode. Although we are now coming into the thicker parts of the atmosphere, which might just keep us the right way round. No, not sure. Maybe. We're coming in. That's not bad, actually. This is a relatively controlled re-entry. It's not quite at the angle I would like. And I feel like we're going to lose it any moment. And we are also running out of monopropellant, but we're also getting through the worst part of it. Okay, here we go. Monopropellant's about to go, so that's probably the last of our control. There we go. We've now lost control. Things are gonna start exploding. The radiators back here are not going to keep up with the intense temperatures which are happening back there. Remember, this second stage is not designed to re-enter with an object on top of it. But we're going to try anyway. Try and recover as much of this as possible. Electrical charge is fine. The radiators are doing okay. We get ready to pop that drogue chute as soon as we've slowed down enough. It does seem like it is actually... I mean, it's a good job there isn't a scientist on board. It's a very good job there isn't a scientist on board. It is actually coming in quite stable. So the changes that we've been making are helping, which is fantastic. But this is where we're now getting into thicker parts of the atmosphere, and it's going to start really heating up. Pretty sure, yeah, that's deployed as far as it can to try and keep it in the right orientation. We're going to get some more explosions on the end here, I feel, before we get too long. And we are 33 kilometers up and slowing down rapidly. So drogue chute will be opening sometime soon, I think. But I think this just goes to show how safe this system is. I think we're going to be ready to start putting Kerbals on board. What happens if we rotate the fins to their other position? Oh, it almost glides better. We are slightly wonky, but I've just leveled us out. We're going to be landing in the desert by the looks of it. Actually, it looks like everything except the probe core has survived. So there we go. And we've gone through the thickest parts. We've slowed down enough. Take Brandon. J-Bay. J-Bay, you're at the space station, so I probably will take Brandon. Let's get that drogue chute out now. So it's not in its inflated position just now, but it will help. Let's just re-untor it. Whoop. No, we definitely want them in this orientation. There we go. Electrical charge is fine. We probably couldn't actually pop one of the solar panels right now. I think 250 meters per second of wind is too much. This has been almost a textbook re-entry for the TR10 second stage here. The only thing is whether this heavy third stage that we're trying to bring down is just going to be too heavy for for the rocket to handle. So we'll get ready with main chutes. The drogue should open up soon, and as soon as the drogue opens up, I think we're going to start trying to point retrograde. So drogue should be opening in just a few seconds. Come on. Hurry up. There it goes. So that's going to slow it down further. And then main chutes hopefully should bring it round just. Fantastic. Look at that. Brilliant. Okay. I mean, because this is the desert, it should be landing pretty flat. Is a little bit wobbly wonky. Hopefully by the time we've got down to the ground it'll be okay. I think we need to cut this chute. There we go. Cut the drogue. Looks like it's relatively even. Maybe SAS can help us get on that retrograde marker a little bit more. Oh yeah, that's much better. That is much better. We've got plenty of electrical charge. And the only problem is these flaps at the bottom, when we're landing on the ground, get in the way. So we just at the last moment going to change to the re-entry angle on them. So we're coming in at 6 meters per second, which is absolutely fantastic. This TR 10-second stage is really performing well. So here we go. Last possible moment and transition. There we go. Why can't you land it again like SpaceX? Because there's no fuel. That's one reason. Also, in Kerbal Space Program, using parachutes is more efficient and easier. In real life, I don't think you would want to use a parachute on something that big. Okay, so on the negative side, we've done a launch and we forgot to fit something. On the positive side, we've brought everything back apart from one tiny little part that blew up on the way in. So we got 30 grand of bits with that. So hopefully it's all going to be good. A little bit more to drink. Now, I'll get this launched and then we'll do the game giveaway. So in theory, we should be able to just reload the autosave ship. Now, I'm just going to put a thermometer on the top. That should be all we need. Okay, I'm just going to use the move tool to snap it to the grid. Okay, he's going inside the probe, so it's snapped centrally, and then I'm just going to move it so it sits on the surface. Now, before I launch, is there anything I need to do to fix or correct this? I'm going to give you a moment while I have another bite of Kit Kat. Okay. Also, we need to address this. 39 subscribers. This is my Viewer Plus system. So Viewer Plus is kind of like Patreon. But it's all done by me, so there's no middleman. PayPal take a small cut because your payment is handled securely by them, so I don't get any of your bank details and things like that. But you get to support me directly, and in return you get access to exclusive servers, an exclusive Discord, extra points bonuses for the live streams, a few extra videos. Some of them is behind the scenes and outtakes and things. I do an extra giveaway every month. The giveaway this month is for mini motorways, so I think there's quite a few people that would be interested on doing that. And let's see. So yeah, it should be pretty cool. Have you thought about marbles for stream giveaways yet? I have. Jackmat says I haven't. I've thought about it, but I haven't looked into it yet. JB, I've got quite a few things that I'm working on at the moment, both for Master Hellish and not for Master Hellish. So I'm kind of waiting for a quiet time to be able to like look at improvements like that. But Jackmat says it'd be too long. Interesting. But we definitely need to look at the giveaways and things like that. Science, yes, brilliant. So I've put the science module on. We've got solar arrays, we've got the antennas, we've got the science. There's no Kerbals on board. And science again. Okay. That's a list of things I've forgotten in the past. Yes, that's what I've forgotten in the past. So, I guess let's try again. It is getting warm in this office. I'm going to have to turn some of my fans on. Right then, folks, here we go. Let's try again. So this time we're going to try and get to, I think, Eve with the TR10, the 3-stage version. We're going to turn SAS on, throttle up to maximum. Quick check of the staging, which looks pretty good to me, and we are going to launch. Oh yeah, the giveaways. Yeah, let's do that. Game giveaway, start a game giveaway. So I've just started a game giveaway. You've got 10 minutes to enter. The instructions how to enter have been announced in Twitch and in YouTube. Remember, to take part in the giveaway, you must be on Twitch or YouTube. If you win and you're on YouTube, you'll need to come to Discord to claim your prize. So if you've got the option, enter on Twitch because we can send you your prize directly. Okay, here we go then. 3, 2, 1, and up we go. Here we go, folks. This time, eh? This time. So, whoa, steady. Okay, so I'm going to turn fine controls on again. Because with all the control surfaces and all the engines on this one that can thrust vector, is it called thrust vectoring? Not sure. Christopher is here. Hello, Hellish. Good luck on the launch. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. So far, so good. We're just coming up to 5k, so I'm about to start to try and get us to gently roll over. Just a little bit. The idea is when we've hit when we hit 10 kilometers up, we should be really starting this arc out now. We get to about 45 degrees when we've got roughly 1/3 fuel left. Not far off. We've just hit 45 degrees now. And we're just going to leave it there because we need the boost to be able to get up high. We can throw it sideways really fast, but the booster needs to get up high to give us time for the second and third stage to make orbit. But I think we're going to be alright for this one. It's going to actually be quite low and long. So there we go. Let's do stage separation now and switch to the second stage. We will deploy the fairing, ignite the second stage engines, and bring it over for its orbit insertion burn. And we'll also extend the antennas and solar arrays on the second stage. Beautiful launch and also a good thumbnail. Glad you like the thumbnail. So far so good. Just need to bring that stage separation further down the list there. Let's see how we're looking. So we've got the booster here at 62 kilometers up and the second stage boosting out. I can see 3 people have entered the giveaway, so good luck to everybody. I'm just adjusting the trajectory of the second stage so that we don't end up going too high. Try and keep a nice steady burn. Normally you would probably float up a bit more or throttle down in order to try and make orbit a little bit later round to make it a little bit more fuel efficient, but we need to make at least close to orbit quite early on so that we can switch back to the booster and bring it in for its landing. I think that will do for the second stage. So let's now switch to the first stage and get ready to bring it down. So we'll put it on a prograde path. We'll have a bite of white chocolate Kit Kat. I love them. You can see the moon, you can see the second stage in the distance, which is now 80 kilometers away. And this job here is almost a complete freefall. Do you research fuel efficiency, or do you just have to have bigger fuel tanks? So fuel efficiency depends on the engines which you're using. So in rocketry, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but in rocketry the kind of efficiency is the specific impulse of the engine. So this engine here, the big one, has a specific impulse of 310 seconds, and this engine here has a specific impulse of 305, which is why we're using the big one with some smaller ones, because we just want the best that we can get. Have you tried the coconut buenos? No. I'm not a massive fan of coconut. I don't dislike it, but white chocolate Kit Kats for me is where it's at. That's probably my #1 biscuit bar. My top 5 are something like white chocolate Kit Kat, Lion Bar, Crunchy, Snickers, white chocolate Kit Kat, Lion Bar, Crunchy, Snickers. I feel like I'm missing one, but yeah. Brandon says, if I recall, you use big ones first and then the smaller ones once you're in space. Yes and no. The ones with the bigger nozzles tend to have better ones, better vacuum. That's another thing as well. Like the efficiency of an engine at sea level is different to the efficiency of an engine. Where's the other thing? Not sea level. In a vacuum. So you kind of have to look at what engines you're using and where. And that's one of the reasons why the Starship, Elon Musk's Starship, has a funny... it has 2 different sorts of rocket engines on the bottom of that ship. It has 3 ones which are good for low atmosphere, and it has, I think, 3 that are really good in a vacuum. And the actual core of the engine is pretty much identical. It's the actual nozzle, the engine bell, which is different. The engine bell is much wider and bigger on a vacuum engine, and that is to do with the way that the gases come out and the way that they they plume out and expand. Starship, aka Flying Barn. What? Lion bars are amazing. Grain silo, you're thinking of grain silo. And if you think grain silo, you are really behind. Oh no, it's going to fall down. I wasn't paying attention. Some of the early prototypes for Starship did look like flying grain silos, but we've gone far beyond that now. So I think SN I want to say SN8, maybe 9 were the grain silos. So serial number 8 and 9, I think. But then the since then we've got SN. I think it's been like 15, 16, 17, and 15, 16, 17. I think have been the ones with the actual flaps and stuff on. And the one that's about to go up that has heat shield tiles, it's going to be on the booster, is SN20. So if you want to know more about that sort of thing, I have a channel in my Discord called Other Hellish Hobbies, and the things that we talk about in there are basically things I'm interested in that isn't gaming. So space, robots, Warhammer, airsoft, model railways, electronics, 3D printing. I'm sure there's something else in there as well. So we just need to finish off circularizing this orbit. So let's just get this thing prograde and push its engines up there. Okay, there we go. So we've got an orbit. We need to try and get this thing as close to out of the Kerbin system as possible. So let's time warp to this side, prograde out, see what we get. So if I remember correctly, there's been a number of starships with the flaps that have flown up to 10 kilometers. I think 2 of them hard exploded. One of them landed but was on fire and then exploded. One of them they launched in fog and it exploded on the way down. It didn't even hit the ground before it exploded. And then the last one to go up landed and survived. You work part-time for what? Sorry? I'm not familiar with that, Christopher. So what we're doing now is we are just giving the third stage a bit of a helping kick with the second stage. Once the second stage has not got the third stage on it, it'll have a much better deceleration. So if we come back now, we're going to disconnect the second stage from the third stage. We're going to just make sure we extend things on there first. There we go. So we just go to the third stage now. Extend the solar panel. And we can leave that. We'll come back to the third stage. Oh, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Okay. Yeah, 15 is the first to make it. 16 never flown. 20 will be orbit. I don't think... Isn't it suborbital? It'll be space, but not orbit for 20, if I remember correctly. Anyway, let's see if we can get hours back. So we're going to now retrograde as much as possible. Oops. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh, I just crashed into the third stage and blew up the engine. Well, that's trash, isn't it? Space junk. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Houston, we have a very big problem. You don't need the engine, do you? We do really need that engine. Oh, we're gonna have to do another launch. Third time lucky, eh, folks? It will be. It will be third time lucky. I'm sure of it. I guess we'll get to see how this, how the second stage comes in. Oh, hang on a second. We're coming pretty hot. We still need to do a retrograde burn, though. To pull this down. Okay. Prograde? There we go. Right. Here we go, folks. For the second time today, we're bringing our ship back in. We're going to face it the right way round. We're going to get it into re-entry. Oh, hang on a minute. We lost one of the radiators. We're going to get into re-entry mode. Turn that monopropellant off. We have science with us, yes, but we're never gonna be able to actually get that ship anywhere where we want it. We could actually just leave that ship in a highly elliptical orbit of Kerbin. Someone bought a mug? Oh, cool. Somebody just bought the things don't go wrong, they just get interesting mug. And it says, this will go perfectly my profession. Oh, it's Gecko. Thank you very much. Hope you like it. I've got one, I think. Have I got... I'm sure I've got one of those. I've definitely got the t-shirt for that one. Right. So we're starting to get the heating. So we're going to retract the solar panels. There we go. We're just going to turn the RCS on. Just try and keep it in a good position as we re-enter. We've got a little bit of heating going on down here, but we are missing one of our radiators. Presumably from the collision that we had earlier. Okay, folks, I will give you a little preview. And what's the... No, not preview. A pre-announcement. Okay, so this wasn't meant to be announced yet. But there is actually a new t-shirt and stuff on my store. And it's a Kerbal Space Program one. So feel free to go to hellishstore.net and check it out. Thank you for supporting the channel, Gecko. We're coming in okay. I think with the use of the RCS, it's kind of enough to keep it the right way round, but we're going to run out. This design definitely needs a bit of improvement on the balancing. But for the most part, we're doing okay. We're definitely going to come back in the water, though. Okay, let's switch to the other rotation. Oh, no! I accidentally turned SAS off. Okay, it's kind of holding its own. Tell you what, when we get the drogue out, it'll be better. There we go. So hopefully... we can now start to... oh my goodness, it's tumbling all over the place. Yeah, water landing is safer. There we go. It's sort of stabilising again now, which is fantastic. We just need to remember to actually deploy the main parachutes at the appropriate time. No, I haven't lost any parachutes. Do I edit my own videos? Yes, I edit all of my own videos except some of the event highlight videos. Some of the event highlight videos are edited by Jackamak. So there is actually meant to be only one drogue shoot on this. It's the way that this craft comes in. It kind of slides in sideways. And there's the main chutes. Wizard Brandon says, they say landing on water at speed is like hitting concrete. Yeah, it is. It is. There is definitely some truth to what Brandon is saying there. If you're going fast enough. If you're going fast enough. Right then. Here we go. First and second stage recovered. Right folks, here we go. Third time lucky, yeah? Third time lucky. We can do this. I was going to try and absolutely smash the missions out today, but I guess it's not easy. I guess it's not easy. I mean, it's hardly rocket science. Okay, autosave ship. Just check that it's got the thermometer on the top and launch. Right, so we're going to pick the winner of the giveaway. And the winner was Christopher. Congratulations, Christopher. Can you come over to the Discord, please, to come and claim your prize? Message either in general or send me a DM on Discord. Thank you. Right, so we're going to wait until the morning because we need solar power. Yeah, it's not easy running the company. Okay, throttle to maximum, SAS on, everything else looks golden, the flag's flying, let's go. Here we go, 3, 2, 1, boom. We're clear of the pad. And we're rotating the rocket to the correct orientation for its ready for its turn. We're just entering fine-tuning mode, or whatever it's called. We're getting ready to do our turn. So getting things into orbit, not a problem. Building the right components and then not crashing into them, that was a very silly mistake I made. Right, we should have started turning before now, so I'm going to be quite aggressive with my turn here. There we go. We've almost gone completely over to 45. But it's looking pretty good. I don't know what our apogee will be. You could use the web version of Discord if you don't want to download it, Christopher. So don't worry. So here we go, folks. This is our test rocket 10. It's a 3-stage rocket, which the first two stages are, in theory, fully reusable. And this is our third attempt. And it's not the best insertion we've ever had. So let's separate. Go to the second stage, pop the payload fairing, activate the engines and start a little insertion burn. Right, we're going to try and get most of the way to orbit before we have to switch back to the first stage. So the first stage is not really going to quite make space, but as long as it stays high enough, we'll be okay. Where's the space station? There's the space station. Space station's actually just about to do a curb, about to rise over the curved surface of Kerbin. So we just need to push this second stage out far enough so that we can go back to the first stage, land it, and then we'll be alright to carry on with the second stage, which should be able to put it in a highly eccentric orbit around... Is it eccentric to do with the inclination or to do with the shape of the orbit? I'm not sure, actually. I've been watching too many YouTube videos about rockets and stuff. Okay, looks like this burn is actually going really well. We are going to make orbit quite quickly here, I think. And we're not going to push our Acropolis out too much. So here we go. Starting to power down. And that's we're not quite orbit, but it's just, we're going to hit the atmosphere a little bit there. But let's switch back to the booster. And we should be able to fast forward most of this. Hopefully this booster can get prograde before it hits too much of the thicker atmosphere. It's just about to start skimming the top of the atmosphere. See the fins there and the nozzles. You can see they're bouncing up and down. Now they're completely fighting it. It's going a little bit wrong, which is how this one comes in. This kind of swinging action going backwards and forwards is what slows the booster down enough so none of the components actually get too much heating. Then we just need to get ready to do shoots. For some reason, and I have no idea why, if you leave the SAS system on at this stage, it will just go into a spin. So I've got rid of that. And it should slow down enough before it gets too low for our drogue chutes to be able to slow it down and stop it. Kind of gliding down sideways, slightly sideways at the moment. So there's our drogue chutes, which slows us down nicely. 80 meters per second we're going at the moment, 70 meters per second, 64-ish main chutes. And that stopped us almost exactly 200 meters above the surface. Now this is where I use a little bit of time acceleration. But we don't want to use time acceleration when we land because that's when things go horribly wrong. And how we ended up so many kilometers onto the surface. There we go. Okay. First stage, up, down, recovered. Let's go to the second stage now. Get it into a position to launch the third stage and see if we can actually get out to that other planet today. We've still got a trip to the moon to do. My goodness, I need more drink. Right. So here's our second stage. Don't smash it into itself. Yes. That was a very silly mistake. There's so much to think about. Oh, I didn't extend the antennas. Okay, we've got enough electrical charge. We're okay. Extending now. Okay, let's put this into the best orbit we can. I'm going to try and do it so we don't hit the moon. So let's go prograde. There we go. Now we're going to turn off some of the engines. Okay, so we get a red light on the side now to denote that those engines are off. We can turn them back on again, turn them off, and we can turn the main engines off. That's what these two lights are for. So when I'm docking, I can see that all the engines are off. That's why I've done that. It's a good system. I don't know how well it works, but let's start to throttle up. Let's use until we've got how much oxidizer have we got? Let's go to about 500 oxidizer remaining. George Marshall watching on Twitch. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're just pro-grading out with our second stage from Kerbin, and we're going to see if we can actually get our third stage into another planet. All we have to do is a flyby and science. That's all we have to do. So what did I say? Oxidizer 500? I think I said oxidizer 500. I'm looking at the units up here. I want enough to be able to bring the second stage back. I'm going to stop at 600. Just yeah, 600 to be safe. 599. That's close enough. Right, so now we're going to detach the third stage. And before we do anything else, we're going to switch to the third stage. Open up its solar arrays because it's no longer dependent on the other one. And we're going to ignite its engine. And we've got 5,000 meters per second of delta V. So if we just do this to move ourselves away from the second stage. There we go. We'll come back to that soon. And then here we go. Our second stage. We can now put it in a retrograde. Use a bit of RCS to turn it round. Because we've got plenty. Remember that this second stage is designed to be able to do multiple dockings if it needs to. And then we'll just bring that back down again. We should have enough fuel to actually get ourselves to the point where we're getting ready for a landing. And then that second stage, what we'll do is we'll let it do an orbit, and then ooh, the periapsis just dropped really low. I feel like we need to do maybe a radial out. Is that the right way? No. Radial in, just to shift it across a little bit. Here we go. I don't want our periapsis to fall too low because then we'll end up having re-entry problems. So I think what we'll do now is we'll just speed up time. Why have we not seen the other probe? Is it because I've got it hidden? There it is. It counts as a relay, that's why. That's why it's hidden, because we've got loads of relay craft. Look at that around the moon. We've got them all over the place. So yeah, let's just turn them off again. So no, we know the third stage is out there. We just can't see it on the map at the moment. There we go. I'm not sure we've got enough fuel to do this well. But we'll see. It'll be nice to see if we can get a really good re-entry though. We are going over the Space Center now, so ideally I don't know, we just spent so much giving a kick to the third stage that I don't think we're going to be able to control where we come in. So let's throttle up. Yeah, that's fine. So we're definitely coming in, but I think it's going to be in the ocean over here. Oh well, here we go then. We've actually got a little bit of fuel for landing, but I don't think we're going to try and do a hover slam because we've only got 123 meters per second of, not meters per second, 123 units of fuel. Even if I turn the second set of engines back on, I've kind of lost which. There we go. I don't think we've got it. Yeah. No. Just use the web Discord on. Yeah. You can still use the browser on your phone. You can still use the browser on your... I think you can. I'm not sure. You don't have to come and claim it right now, I guess. This is one of the reasons why we say, if you can, enter on Twitch, because we can just give you your prize directly. YouTube doesn't give us the ability to do that, unfortunately. Right, here we go, folks. So yeah, we're coming in. We're definitely going to land this time round on this orbit. So this is all good. We're just not getting to choose our landing location. It's kind of potluck on the landing location side of things. So this time, we're going to see what it's like to leave the flaps up at this angle to see if it does any better. So we'll activate the radiators, do a little bit of fast forwarding. There we go. And as soon as we start warming up in any way, we'll retract those solar panels because we know that there's a good bit of friction going on. Usually it's around the 45 to 50 kilometer mark, I think. So there, 50 kilometers is just about to come up. There we go. So let's bring those in now. Turn a bit of RCS on. Just to help correct us there. And let's see how well we do at coming in with the flaps up like this. I've got a funny feeling we're going to come in quite well. So far, the third attempt has been a success. So far. And we've also got to get some Kerbals to the moon with scientific equipment. So, yeah. Just going to do a little bit of time warping. Just 2 times speed, nothing too much. There's a landmass in front of us. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's the main landmass on the opposite side of the sea to the space center. It's coming in really neat. That little movement there that you saw was due to coming in, switching from orbit telemetry to surface telemetry. Did they fix some of the time warp instability? I don't think so. I mean, they did in the early stages of the game, but they haven't any time recently. But basically, the more you time warp, the worse it is. So a 2 times time warp is okay. 3 might be alright. 4 is usually where things start to get really iffy. This is coming down really good. It's a little bit wonky. But I'm just going to try and do a little bit of manual correction. And I'm also going to pop this drogue chute. There we go. Oh no, see, look, it's losing control a little. Okay, let's try flaps down. No, that didn't help either. So it's at these lower speeds where we have the problem. Like, I'm having problems, like, even getting this to turn back the rail the way we want it. There we go. Maybe we need the drogue chute instead of the center of mass, like on the top. Well, it looks like it's coming down sort of okay. Right then. Chris got it working, okay. I mean, I'm not really convinced that the RCS is doing its job here. Not really convinced that this drogue chute's doing its job either. Let's cut the parachute, see what changes. Pretty... Oh, actually, no, it was helping with lack of spin, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it spins down. The important bit is not exploding through the upper atmosphere and slowing down enough to be able to do a parachute slam like this. There we go. Parachute slam. There we go. Yep. So that's the first stage and the second stage recovered. By the way, if the second stage falls over, it's fine. It's the first stage that can get a bit slammy. Right, I'm going to give that that code away. So I just managed to validate your account there. So there we go. Prize code delivered. Thank you for coming to the Discord. So you can see we got 17,000 back in parts, even though we didn't land where I wanted to. So getting all this money back all the time is really good. So now, approximately an hour later than I originally wanted, there it is. There is the second stage. It says the second stage. It's not the second stage. It's named wrong. So congratulations, Christopher. Thanks for taking part in the giveaway. We're going to rename it. So this is the TR10 third stage. And it's a probe. Okay, so what we need to do now is extend the antenna, and the engine is already activated. Now we need to try and push out our orbit. So there's no point in pushing out our orbit until we're down at the periapsis. So we'll just warp to there. It's going to take us maybe half a day, something like that. Then we'll just exit the curbing system. Really, we could have maybe tried to do a gravity assist around the moon to give us an extra flick, but I'm not sure. Christopher says, first time I've won anything. You're not a gambling man. Yeah, a lot of people aren't gambling people, but it's hellish points. So basically, like, you get them for free. You get hellish points for free, so they have no value. So is it gambling? It's more like, I suppose the only gamble is when you want to use your hellish points, you know? Right, so this has a relatively good turning speed because it's relatively light. So let's see how much we can push this now. So you can see that I'm just doing a prograde burn away from curbing just to try. That's gone past the moon orbit. Now we're coming up to Minmus orbit. Not far past Minmus orbit, we will get a curbing escape. And as soon as we get curbing escape, we will stop. There. There's our curbing escape. It looks like it's quite nice. Right then. Let's just switch to this, because this is the one that I crashed into. DJ's eggs, they have no value. They do have value, Egg. Of course they have value. What I mean is that, like, it's not like a casino where you're handing over your cash in exchange for hellish points. You do get bonus hellish points for being a viewer plus subscriber, so you might look at it like that. However, you can get hellish points for free just by watching and chatting. So that's all cool. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm just going to rename this one quickly. I'm I'm going to put it as debris and just call it trash. So I know to get rid of that sometime. We'll just terminate it. So whilst that probe is on its way out of the Kerbin system, we should do our moon contract. So let's see if we can do that. I think it would be cool if we try and land the second stage on the moon. I don't know if we'll be able to bring it back though, so maybe we should make an expendable version. That'd be nice. I don't know. It is a really big rocket. So we'll get the booster. We'll get the second stage. Merge it on the top. And then do we want to turn this into an expendable version where we don't bring it back, we just send this to the moon? And land it on the moon with Kerbals. No, because the Kerbals need to get back again. A lunar ascent module and science storage. Well, actually, it's a good point, Christopher, that we actually have a lunar ascent module at the space station. So if we send this to the space station, we'll be alright. So let's actually put the passenger module on the top. And if we send this to the moon, then we can use it as a transport to the moon and back. So let's do that. There we go. Let's just separate out these stages. That looks good to me. Let's check the thrust to weight ratio. Yep, that's all looking good. So this one we should be coming back, but I don't know whether we'll actually have the Kerbals on board. Does it have science? It doesn't need to have science, Brandon, because this is just taking them to the space station, and we're going to use the lander to go down to the surface. We're going to have one scientist. So should we take real fella this time? And we need one engineer, and we have to take Nudger. Oh, it's confused about whether any Kerbals can be on it. There we go, let's have a look. Did that fix it? Yes, it did. So we'll take Real Fella, because I'm not sure if Real Fella's been to the moon anytime soon, and we'll take Nudger the engineer. And then what we'll do is in this storage unit, we'll take all the things that we need. Does it have a captain? A pilot? No, it doesn't need a pilot. This is an autonomous vehicle. So that's science. Where's the deployed science? Is it under utility? Oh, it's cargo. So this is a we're going to just basically take all of these things, like the experiments kit, not the fuel cylinders, not the jetpack. We'll take some repair kits in case we break anything. And we'll take the monitor, the seismic, the photovoltaic, the weather analyzer, the experiment control system, and I don't know if I can... No, I can't get the storage part in there. I think that's all of it. Now, which ones do we actually have to have? Mystery goo observations and seismic sensor. So which ones are they? So that is... this is a deployed science experiment. So this is... That's the size monitor. Do we even have those? I'm confused. Mystery... surface deployed mystery goo observations and surface deployed seismic sensor, but I think... I'm not sure how it works. Jeb isn't in this Let's Play. There's the seismometer, so that's going to be the seismic sensor. But where's the goo? No idea. No idea at all. Okay. I'm not sure. Deployed science power 1. That's the seismic sensor. Yes, we've got that one. That's the control unit. That says weather observations. That's the comms. That says seismic power. So I'm a little bit confused about where the surface deployed mystery goo observations are going to be. You think I have to upgrade the hangar or research it? But why would we have a contract for it? Okay, let's just... That will probably auto-save this, won't it? So we'll just... We'll call this Trip X. Let's just check. It's the top right one, says Egg? Well, we'll have a look. I don't think there's any ones that I can research. So we've got... That's electrics. They're all antennas. That's probe cores, I think. That's ion propulsion. That's fuel generation. Narrowband scanner. Large probe things. And thermal generators. I don't think we got it. So I don't think I have to research it. Egg thinks it's the top right one. Let's have a look. We'll have a look. We might have to even have a quick look at the wiki. So let's have a look. Utilities. No, not utilities. Cargo. EVA fuel cylinders. No, that's just monopropellant for EVAs. I mean, that's mystery goo containment unit. I mean, it is a cargo part, so maybe it can be placed there. Like that. And then we just deploy it. I don't think it can be deployed. Because if we go here, it says deployed science power. Oh no, wait, that's it. The GOBD. The GOBD. That's the mystery goo one. That's it. We've got it. That's the mystery goo one. So we do actually have what we need. So while we're taking this to the space station, I'm also going to take a load of lighting. Because I feel like we could do with upgrading the lighting that's going on there. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's take 8 new lights with us. I don't think we need to take much else. I'll tell you what we will do though. These storage unit, it would be great to have one of them on the lander. Oh, we can't. It's a construction part only. Ooh. Should we take some lamps? Take a couple of lamps just in case. Okay, cool. Let's. I think that's everything. I can't think of anything else that we'd want to do. But what we will do is just check the contracts before we go, because you never know, there might be something worth taking a look at. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. So we'll save that. Check the contracts. We found it. We did find it. Okay, so we currently have the 1 to explore Eve and 3 for the moon. So the surface deployed things and planting a flag. And there doesn't appear to be any new missions that we want to take. So we'll go back now and we will launch our 2 Kerbals to the moon, hopefully to the moon. They should be able to get to the moon, I think. Can it dock to the space station? Yes, it can dock to the space station, so we should be alright on that. Cool, okay. Let's do this. So we've got the Kerbals on board. Yep. We've got the resources we need. Yep. We've got a full booster, second stage, and cap on there. So I think we are ready to go. Yep. Off we go then. So we're going to fly from Kerbin and go straight to the moon space station. Dock with the space station. Antenna, solar, science, Kerbal, yeah. Hi from Santiago, Charlie. Hello. Welcome to the stream. So this is I think this is the first time we're going to try and fly the TR-10 with Kerbals on board. Okay. So we may not bring them back to the surface of Kerbin in this. What we might do is actually dock them at the space station and use that transport ship that we've got spare up there to bring them back, because we know that's safe. Maybe we'll leave it up to the viewers. So SAS on, throttle to maximum. We know how to do this. We've done this 3 times today already. And launch. Okay, we've cleared the launch stand. Just put our small rotation in there. So we're pointing the right way. There we go. And once we're up to about 5 kilometers, we will start a gentle turn. Now, because we're going to the moon, we want to make sure that this is a nice level insertion into orbit. So steady, not too far. Whoa, that's about far as I want to go. It's struggling slightly. I think we turned a little early. Oh, we did. Oh, we turned a little early. I think I've lost control. I mean, it's still going up. It's just a terrible injection. I don't even know if we'll be able to retrieve the booster on this. I think I might have saved it. I think I might have saved this. Okay, booster's just going to make orbit. Okay, let's separate. Switch to the second stage. Oh, we are on the second stage. Activate the engines. Throttle up gently. Bring the second stage over. And then throttle all the way. Okay, so we're just going to separate there from the boost. I think we're going to be alright, actually. He says. Depends when we get to turn the other engines off. Midlands, we have a problem. We kind of do. Real fella is like kind of enjoying the ride. Nudger is going absolutely crazy there. Nudger's loving this. There we go. This is actually doing okay. No, we're not. We haven't got Houston in this game. Let's just make sure that we're pointing the rocket in the right direction. Okay, there we go. So remember that the actual second stage doesn't need to make it to full orbit for us to be able to have time to land the booster. We can come back to it if we need to. It's just a matter of giving it enough time in space. We've used about half of our fuel to nearly make... Oh, actually, we're gonna do it. We're gonna put it into orbit. I think that's close enough to orbit. Right then, let's switch back to our booster. Try and recover that. And we'll see if we can get these two Kerbals to the surface of the moon without any problems. So we're going to prograde. And while we're here, let's just check on... where is it? Oh, there it is. Look, there's our third stage. It's still beginning its journey out of the Kerbin system. So this one is pretty much purely ballistic coming in. All we've got to do is pop the parachutes at the right time, and we recover this back to the space station there. Space center, not space station. Have I finished all of my drink? Yep. That's all that gone. That's all my Kit Kat gone and all my drink gone. Okay. So it's now starting its flip round, where we're going less than a kilometre a second, so we're not going to have any components explode. So we're doing alright. Getting ready. Oh, it's turned the SAS off. For some reason, I have no idea why. Just spins and spins and spins if you leave the SAS on. And this will slow down just enough for us to be able to deploy drogues at just the right time. I can see my house from there. You can see that, yeah, most houses from space. Well, I don't know actually. I don't know if you'd actually be able to see a house from space. I wonder what the kind of like the smallest thing you can make out from space is. Does anybody know? I don't know actually. Right, here we go. Coming in at 6.6 meters per second. First stage recovered. Fantastic. So then what we'll do now is we'll switch to the second stage, make sure it's got a proper orbit, and then we'll try and dock up with the space station. Okay, we've got 43,000 back in funds from that. Brandon says, I'm not sure that many parachutes would work like that in real life. That's very true. That is very true. That is why they don't do that. Right, let's fly this second stage and see what orbit we've got. I can't really remember what it's set to. We'll find out in a moment though. We'll find out in just a moment. Okay, so it's got a... Oh, okay, so when the periapsis is 65 kilometers. So if we time warp up here, just do a tiny prograde burn, we should be good. And also, what we need to do is turn off the outer engines here, because they are less efficient than the central engines. So this is not real life. No. Oh, oh. The front nozzle opened up. I must have bound it to the same thing. There we go. The front hatch is now open on the passenger variant. And we're just going to give us just enough to push us into space. Okay, so now we've reached a proper orbit. We need to go around until the moon is about there. Oh, hang on. We are exactly where we need to be. Just by pure coincidence. This is not a SpaceX channel. No, do like SpaceX though. Been watching their developments and how things are going.
Fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic indeed. We've got a new follower. Is that Ducentier? I probably got that very wrong. Sorry. Welcome. Welcome. We're just trying to find out if we've got enough. I don't think I've ever done this with the TR10. Try to get the second stage straight to the moon without any refueling. I think we can do it. But these guys, there's 2 people on board that could have a problem if we don't manage this. So just throttling down. Okay. Let's focus on the moon and see what the situation is. Okay, let's hide relays because there's way too many relays there. Look at this. Okay, so that's a little bit too low. I think what we'll do...
Things don't go wrong. They just get interesting.
That's right, they just get interesting. We're just actually going to thrust limit this engine down to 20%. That will allow me to have much better control. So we'll spin it round. We can even turn the RCS on to help it. And just try and bring that up to the similar orbit of the space station. It's a bit wonky actually, but we'll try and fix that. So we'll warp part way. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Now we just need to try and kind of debend this. So we want to go clockwise from looking into the planet on this side. So we want the anti-normal. We want the anti-normal of the ship to try and level this out. So let's see if we can do that. Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, I thought I had that right. I really thought I had that right there. Control Z. There's no Control Z in this Let's Play. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, that's pretty close. So what we'll do now is we'll warp here. Whoop. And then we will go... Oh, you're kidding me. The SAS is disengaged. Well, luckily we've got Kerbals on board, so the Kerbals can extend the antenna and can extend the solar arrays. The only problem is that we are on the dark side here, and we are not going to get sun until a little bit past the periapsis. It's going to be... There we go. So now we should... Yeah, the solar arrays are there. I mean, we've got enough just to tilt us round and hopefully get even more power. There we go. SAS on now. Yep, we're good. Okay, so let's get ourselves in a retrograde. Fire those engines and try and get ourselves into an orbit, and then we'll check on the third stage of the what was it? The exploration craft. Anti-normal was my nickname at high school. I like that. So remember, this engine is currently throttled to 20%. probably a good thing that it's throttled to 20%. So there we go. And we are now in an orbit. It's not the best orbit. I can't remember how... Okay, so the space station orbits at 40. I suppose if we do a little bit of radial in, that might help. I can't remember what my nickname was at school. Not too sure. Okay, we are burning a little bit of fuel just to get ourselves in a little bit of alignment there. I want to check, where is our probe? Let's go back to the tracking station for a minute. Because I don't know if our probe's left the system or not. Because if it has, this will be something that's like noteworthy in this series. This will be the first time we're going to try and do a flyby of another planet. So where's it gone? Toggle probes. I think it's still counting as a relay. It is. There it is. It's not a relay. Okay, so if I fly it, maybe we can change that. It's about halfway out, so we'll come back to this again soon, but I just really need to change the type and name of it. I could have sworn that I did this. Like, rename vessel. Look, it's a relay. Probe. It's the TR-10 Explorer. There we go. So now I can turn relays off and we'll still see the probe. Now there's our booster. Switch to. And we're going to try and... Do we try and circularize the orbit now? No, I don't think so. James says, with nicknames at school, we just added a Y onto our surnames. Yeah, actually, that's relatively common, isn't it? So, like, Hunty, Bunny, Brandony. Brandony, I don't think would work as well. Would you ever do like an IE? I don't know. So there's the space station. That is our target. It's currently ahead of us. But because we're orbiting the moon, it's actually quite difficult to undercut the space station. I've tried this before with other craft. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to let it catch up with us, like a lot. So I think... Should we do that to begin with and see what happens? I feel like that's too much. Let's try that. So what happens if we do one loop of that? How far ahead is it going to be? Okay, let's do another loop. It's definitely catching up. I feel like if we do one more loop, we're going to be able to then do the final adjustment. Okay, here's the one more loop. Yeah, it's not far behind us now, so... I mean, we've set it as the target, but for some reason it's not coming up with a very good intersect. Why is the intersect not working? We've got to be careful here because we don't want to use up all of our fuel trying to just getting to the space station. Eggy. Oh wait, there we go, it's working now. So here we go, we've got this intersect coming round. And it's going to be close. Oh, 800 meters. That is a good intersect. Here we go. We just have to make sure we don't crash into the space station. Where is it? Where's the space station? It's closer to the... There it is. There it is. So we just need to do a retrograde burn to null out those 28 meters per second of delta V that we're going the wrong way. Power situation's looking good now. Okay, we're now floating around the moon relative to the space station. We can turn our lights on, which will help, because we've got these kind of targeting lights on there. Whoa, 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 RCS. Right. I'm going to gently brute force our way to the space station. That is not gentle. That's probably a bit quicker than what I should have done it. Never mind. Where are you, Hellish, in the solar system? We're currently orbiting the moon with a second stage, which we call our the TR-10 second stage. And we're coming up to the space station. We're going to try and dock with the moon space station. Not just for fuel, but for actually transferring of crews so that we can go down to the surface. Let's slow us down quickly here, because I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to crash into it. We're on the dark side of the moon though, so this is making it a little bit difficult. We've brought all sorts of equipment with us to place on the surface of the moon at our lunar base. I'm just a little bit concerned about where I'm planning to dock, but I think... because that's the lander. Okay, let's null out our velocity completely and let's do the thing where we do control from here and then we'll set like the very end as the target. How does the space station receive fuel? Basically, any time I bring a ship to the space station and it has some spare fuel, I drop it off. I take some fuel. I leave some fuel there. I haven't yet had to, but I might do dedicated rockets to the space station to refuel it. So we're going to control from this point here. We're going to set that as target. And we're going to try and rotate the space station. So when you're docking, if you can rotate both parties so that they are completely facing each other, then it is really helpful. In the future, what we'll do is we'll have one of these space stations and they'll be receiving fuel from the surface. That's the wrong way, that's the wrong way, that's the wrong way, that's the wrong way. Via a fueling operation. Okay, so I should be able... Which way is it? There we go. These two are almost going to touch to line up. They are so close. It's like 7 meters apart. I mean, there's a bit of an angle difference there, so let's try and fix that. I mean, I just hope I don't smash into it by accident, but... There we go. The two of them are pretty close now. Only about 11 meters apart. This is basically the easy way of docking. Normally you wouldn't rotate your second craft / space station like this. You can see that slowly we are just working the two bits towards each other. And once they're close enough, I'll just nudge myself forward with the RCS. See, I think that's probably close enough. So then we just go docking mode, RCS. Oh. No. Okay, that was terrible. Oh, it's upside down. That's why I'm getting confused. There we go. Yes, there's an upside down in space. Well, there certainly is when I'm trying to do things anyway. Oh no! No! Throttle back. Oh my goodness. Oh, we've just smashed one of the bits off. Oh my goodness. Oh no, that engine was still on. Oh, I can't believe we just did that. I broke one of ours as well. That is going to be a pain to fix. I can't believe I forgot to turn the engine off. Right, fine. We'll set that one as the target. We'll control from here. I don't know if it's a big whoops. It's more like a medium oops. Now we'll control from here. We'll try and get it right this time. And we've got the sun on us now, so at least I can see what we're doing. And we're the right way up. So that's two things that are really in our favour at the moment. So here we go. Let's try and get this right this time. So we're going to do a small little bit of throttle. Then turn the engine off. Go into docking mode. Rotate myself so I'm the right way round. This time, do we have a whoopsie scale? Yeah, on the whoopsie scale, that was about a 3. So I'm just going to concentrate on this. I don't know what angle you want to watch this from. But we've got 35 meters to go. And it's looking pretty good at the moment. "26 meters. I think we're pretty much smack on. And what I'm doing is I'm using the nav ball. I'm lining up the dot with the pink dot, and I'm using my prograde marker to show me where we're going. 15 meters to go. This is looking much better. Yeah, that's much better. Right. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we've actually got 3 people at this space station for the first time in ages. I don't know how much fuel is here actually. Not a lot. Not a lot of fuel. Is the lander full? Yeah, the lander is full. We're going to have to do a refueling mission sometime soon. But we can use one of these repair packs to hopefully fix that solar array. So let's get engineer out. We'll EVA. And we will get the inventories up. And we will put it nudges parachute away. We will take one of the repair packs. And then we will let go. And try and repair that solar panel we just broke. And then I think the idea is that we'll send our scientists down in the lander. We'll send both of them down in the lander, actually. So this is where we broke it. So if we just kind of come in here. And just kind of repair. 4 kits required. Wow. How many did we bring with us? Don't know how many repair kits we brought with us. Oh, we only brought 4 repair kits with us. Okay. Where are we? As long as we don't break anything else, we'll be fine. He says. Nearly flying into a solar panel again. Okay, here we go. Hey, we repaired it. Okay, so that's why it was a medium problem, because we had repair kits to repair that. What else do we need? We need the things that we can deploy. But we can only take 2 things down to the surface at once. So we have to be careful about which ones we take. I also need to try and grab hold of this. There we go. So the Mark II lander can. Where's that? That's this, is it? Yeah, the Mark II lander can. That can carry something. I don't know if that can carry anything, but what we'll do is we will take I think that's the goo thing. Yeah, we'll take the goo. Oh, I can't carry the goo thing? Oh, we have to land this ship. Why can't I carry it? It's just too much. Oh. Wow. Okay. We could give it a go. We've never landed one of these on the moon before. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, if we land this on the moon, it's got no landing legs. So we would have to use monopropellant for the control. Stop it from tipping over. I mean, I don't know if I can... Oh, no. There we go. Oh, thank goodness for that. Right, so that's the goo thing. That's the science experiment. That's deployable science power. That's control. That's comms. So I think we need all of these. So that's the cells monitor. So we'll take that. So that's the power. That's the weather analyzer. That's the comms. And that's the control. So we might need to come back up for the comms and the control. So let's now transfer crew. Transfer crew. Transfer here. And now, is that where are all the crew? So it's got no inventory space on there. The inventory space is all full in there. It nudges in there. Right, okay. So then we should be able to go transfer crew, real fellow transfer to here. There we go. Now the lander is already full of fuel. So all we got to do is wait for the right moment to actually land. And we can take off and do that. Right, okay. So where is our base? Where is our base? There's our base. Okay, so we want to wait until our base is in the sunlight. So there's the base where we're going to be setting things up. It's only just ended up in the dark, I think. So we're going to have to wait for a little while. Quite a little while, actually. Where is... There's our explorer craft. Right, now what's the situation? Where is the moon base? There we go. The moon base is now completely facing the sun, so we just need to wait until we are in the right position to undock, which will probably be about here. But if we zoom out, no, our Explorer probe has not yet left our system. This is what happens when you do two things at once, and it is a dizzying experience, Brandon, but don't worry, it's fine. So we're going to attempt to land. Let's undock, switch to, open up the arrays. There should be, oh yeah, there's the communications antenna. Turn the lights off, and I guess we need to move away from the station. So if we do this, just go into docking mode and just use the smallest amount of monopropellant. Check the engines are off. There we go. At least that means we're not going to crash into the... I mean, we've got loads of monopropellant for when we come back and we can reload. So there's the base. We probably want to adjust our orbit slightly. So let's put ourselves retrograde. We also need to... I think... Where's the probe? Open the bay. Yep, so we need to control from here. That will point us the right way round. Activate the two engines. And probably put the landing legs down. And because we're landing in light, we may as well turn the lights on. Brilliant. Okay, so now let's do a retrograde burn. and try and land near our moon base. So that's a little bit the wrong way. How many missions have I completed so far? Oh, loads. Actually, quite a few. Now, I want to go anti-clockwise. So we need to, I think we need to try and find the normal. Oh, there's the normal. So I'm going to twist the orbit slightly because the space station doesn't actually pass straight over the base. Which is a little bit of a shame. Where's the centre of the moon? I mean, I can't see the centre of the moon, but that looks pretty good to me. So there's the base there. We should fly almost straight over it. And what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to get rid of nearly all our sideways momentum. So we're almost coming straight down. Now bear in mind we don't actually have to land directly at the base. But I think that's going to get us very close. Have you broken your record yet? Oh no. Although, I mean, I think my record is 3 in one stream. But if we complete, there is a chance we could complete 4, I think, tonight. There's 3 is certainly on the cards. So once we're 3 kilometers up, we want to make sure we're retrograde and full throttle. Slowed right down. Okay. The base is actually quite close, so that's good. Because we know that the land around the base is quite smooth. We're going to come in at about 40 meters per second at the moment. And we're a kilometer up now, so I'm going to start slowing us down. Okay, we're going down at about 10, 11, 12 meters per second. 14 now, so it's creeping up a little bit, but that's okay. We are actually very close. We could probably get one of the tugs to move us. You love the dirt face of the Kerbals, yeah. So we're 500 meters now, looking good. Switching us to stability assist mode. Going to start slowing our speed down. Hopefully we get to about 0 meters per second as we touch down. 12, 11, 10. This is our speed. 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3-ish. Slightly bouncy, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's a good landing. That is a good landing. Okay. Whilst we've had this fantastic landing, let's just go to the map mode and check where our Explorer probe is. It's still on its way out. So I think what we might do now is see about moving this. Okay, so this is the land tug. Oh, it's got a docking port, not a grabber. So we can't move it. Damn. As long as you don't keel over, that's a good point. Okay. Seeing as we can't drag it about with the... These are designed to move the base components around. We could fly over there, but we're actually quite low on fuel. We can't give it any more fuel. So let's retract the antenna. We don't want to accidentally break that off. Retract the solar panels. And I think if I press 3, we deploy the ladders. 4, 2. 2 deploy the ladders. There we go. Move the base to the lander. Yeah, I could do, but I'm really happy about with the bases because it's in a big plate of really good flat land. It's in a good place, the base. I could move it. I don't think I'm going to though. So what we'll do is now we'll get our engineer out. So to get our engineer out, we do transfer crew EVA, and then I can't carry that. At least I don't think so. Okay, let's get down. Oh my goodness, he just jumped off. That's one way to get down, I suppose. So if I go into build mode, like how close do I need to be to the cabin to be able to access that? Oh, there we go. So if I do... Yeah, the inventories here are a bit weird. I mean, I don't know if... Let's just transfer over... I don't know why, but it's not letting me transfer over to the actual base. Oh, it's because I'm on a ladder. You can't do that sort of thing while you're on a ladder. Let's get back inside. Because if that base has got like storage components, maybe we can bring stuff over. So it has got inventory. That's got loads of inventory. Let's bring it over. So here we go. SAS on. Make sure we do control from here. There we go. Oh, it's doing that thing again. Something's sending it a bit crazy. I can't understand why these just seem to want to go absolutely crazy. So, reaction wheels, pilot only. Or can I just turn them off? Toggle torque. Reaction wheels disabled. No, that doesn't help. What if I control from the docking port? No, still wants to go. It still wants to go crazy. Those wheels. I'm not actually touching any keys right now, and it just goes crazy forward. Alright, let's try Let's try control from here, control point forward. See, now it's going backwards. Control from here, control point reversed. I mean, it still shouldn't... Yeah, now it's just shooting backwards again. No idea. No idea why it wants to go absolutely crazy and the wheels just spin like nuts. It's like when I'm not holding the keys down, all the wheels go full throttle forward. It's like I have to press backwards to stop it going anywhere. It's like pogo in choice chamber. And I have to kind of use the brakes. Why is it doing that? Is this one doing it? Yeah, that one's doing it as well. Brilliant. I mean, maybe I could, if I could put it into docking mode, it won't do it. No, docking mode doesn't help the situation. Cruise control's on. Yeah, I mean, these things don't have cruise control, do they? So the reaction wheels are idle right now. But yet it still tries to go forward. Motor direction normal, motor reverse normal, motor enable, motor disabled. I mean, that just turns the wheels off. Is it to do with the traction control or the friction control? So if we do traction control 0, turn the wheels off. No, that didn't do anything. I'm not sure what's wrong with these. I mean, the steering appears to be fine. Reaction wheels are kind of like idle when it's not doing anything. But it just wants to run away. Control from here. Yeah. I need to fix this problem. Don't know why it's doing it. Okay, so no matter whether I control from the probe or control from the docking port, it still does it. If I do control point forward, it still does it, but it goes in a different way. And again, if I do control point reversed, it just doesn't do it. Let's turn friction control and... No. Friction control and traction control don't seem to be doing it either. So I have no money. No money? I do have no money. But I have no idea why these are being absolutely silly. We do need to move the base over there. It wasn't doing it the first time we had these on the surface. Just constantly having to use the keys to just like... adjust it all the time. Okay, that looks like it's a little high. Okay, I got one half on. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, it is really annoying, and I have no idea why it's doing it. It's like I take the brakes off, and all of a sudden, it just wants to go full-blown forward. It's like you've left stability assist on. Like, if I turn SAS off or on, doesn't make a difference. If I control it from different locations, it doesn't seem to make a difference. Nothing I do seems to make a difference, but it wasn't doing it before, and it doesn't happen on Kerbin. It's almost like they're bugged out. But let's see if we can get this to connect up nice and quickly. Looks to be about the right height. Whoa, steady. This is just like ice skating, but terrible, because you're constantly having to go backwards and forwards, because I'm just gonna have to put the brakes on. Why is it... Are these rovers? I can't test those rovers. The reason why I can't test those rovers is because they need a Kerbal on board to do them. I don't know if this is worth Googling or something, like if anybody might be able to find what's going on here or what the solution might be. Okay, I've managed to get it all connected up. It's still doing it. But we're going to push one end up as much as we can. And we're going to push the other end up as much as we can. And we're going to retract the legs. And we're going to try and move the whole base. Okay, hang on a second. I think I need to do a control from here again. Otherwise we're going to have problems. Control from here. There we go, now the steering's working at least. Mobile base on the moon, how's that looking? The only problem is we don't want to go too fast. If we go too fast, then we're going to end up smashing it to pieces. But again, I'm not pressing forward and it's just accelerating. Like, there's a constant yaw on this. Even when it's stationary. It does just seems to like not know exactly what it's doing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the way that the probes are set up or the control is on this. But we're on our way. Now, I've learned whilst driving these things around the moon and stuff, always, always, always aim to miss where you're going. Because if you overshoot, you don't crash into it. We don't want to crash into it. So I'm just trying to come by the side of our lander. I think we'll be alright. I think we're going to be okay. Okay. We are going quite quickly though. I am trying to like full reverse this thing. So even with the brakes on, it accelerates. What's that all about? Okay, we need to get these habitation modules really close to the lander, so let's do that. Maybe we should just leave the base in some sort of mobile configuration. Okay, let's put the legs out. We're just going to gently lower these down. There we go. Right, we've moved the base. Right. Now we need to try and get Nudger out again. And I don't know whether we can actually just Alt click on the... Okay, let's get Nudger out. Transfer crew, Nudger, EVA. What? How did Nudger end up over here? I have no idea what's going on. This is weird. Is it counting it all as one thing because it's close enough or something? Can't find any known bugs. Okay. Right, let's see if we can transfer things between these various different objects. So I think we need to be closer than that. So if we switch to this, oh, hang on, landing legs. Just swing it round a little. Okay, let's see if that did it. Throttle on the joystick could be impacting the vehicle. Maybe. That's an interesting theory. I mean, the throttle is at 0, but we can give it a go when we try. I mean, this one we can't do. But here we go. Let's enter building mode now. So now, is it real fella? No, Nudger. Nudger can take off. What? Why can't he move those things out his inventory? Is it because I had RCS on? Doesn't seem to be able to do anything. The Mark 1 crew cabin, it sees the weight which a Kerbal can construct within this gravity. I'm a little bit confused. Right, like, Nudger, just go over here. What if... SAS is disengaged from something. Probably this. Come on. Grab hold. Okay. Maybe I have to be inside to do that sort of thing. I'm inside. Okay, so if I get in, take the jetpack off, let go, go round to the other one. Now I have to use the ladders to get up there because I don't have my pack on. Okay. So we use the ladder to get to the top, and hopefully I can actually take the stuff out of the inventory. This is the first time I've tried to do surface deployed science like this. So if I board, right click, hey, oh look, I'm able to pick it up. Then that's Nudger. So if Nudger, does it need to be deployed by a scientist though? I don't know. Never mind. So if we EVA, oh, we can't EVA like that. So transfer crew, Nudger, EVA. Then Nudger doesn't want to jump. Oh, never mind. I was going to say he doesn't want to jump down. But then in theory, look, we've got a little icon there. So we could put this in the inventory of the space station, drive the space station back again, and deploy it over there. Perfect. King, hello, welcome. Oh, are you telling me now I can't... Oh, there we go. Back on. Hey, I did it. I did it. I moved it to where we needed it to be. Okay, cool. Yeah, I wonder if it is the joystick causing the problems there. I'm so glad that I put decent ladders on this lander, because if I didn't put decent ladders on the lander, then we would be in trouble. Put the backpack and the other thing on Nudger. Oh, I'm not so sure about that. Cruiser, hi, hello, welcome. Okay, let's get in. So, you're saying if I put this here... See, that's overweight. We don't need the parachutes anyway, so that's fine. So then if we EVA both... So, what? Yeah, we're doing good, thanks. We're doing good. We're doing surface deployed science for the first time. Or at least that's what we're trying to do. And it was a long way for us to get the surface deployed science to our moon base. So we brought the moon base to the lander, which is not normally what I do. So in theory, if I stand next to the moon base, jump, I can grab. No, we weren't close enough. Too close. Oh my goodness. This is difficult to do without the EVA pack on. Okay, there we go. There's the board. And we can put that in there as well. Oh my goodness, that's 2 items done now. But I guess he can stay in there. And then... I mean, I don't know whether it requires an engineer or a scientist to deploy these. I'm going to guess a scientist. Yeah, we've got no electrical charge, so let's... That's retracted, and I can't unretract it for some reason. Let's get Real Fella out of there. Extend the solar panel for us. There we go. That's okay now. Wee plop. Oh, just tripped over a tiny bit. So then... Okay, both Kerbals are now in the space station. I mean the moon base. Yes! The throttle on the joystick. The throttle on the joystick needs to be in the middle, I think. I think that was it. Right, let's try and take this back. Oh, that's it. That was it. It was the joystick. It was the throttle on the joystick. So for when you're driving these vehicles, the throttle needs to be in the middle. I suppose I might even be able to drive it with the joystick, but we haven't actually tested this yet. Okay, so I think the controls are reversed. Yeah, the controls are reversed. It's a little bit messed up. I might be able to fix that at some point. So I'll try and fix that between streams. But let's get this base back to where it's supposed to be. We'll deploy the science stuff. I just need to know whether I should deploy these surface experiments with an engineer or with a scientist. Not use them, deploy them. I just love the way that we're able to move this base around. It's absolutely... I didn't expect it to work this well. Really, if I'm honest. But it does. It works so, so well. It kind of just happened as well. It's a little bit flexible. Isn't your speed a bit too fast? We're going 13 meters per second, so I think we're okay. It's relatively flat ground, and we've got a lot of wheels on this thing. And if I need to, I can just deploy the landing gear. That should help. And we've got RCS as well, so if it starts to roll in midair... Yeah, it's okay till you hit a bump. The thing is, it's just so big and long. Okay, we're getting close to the actual rovers now, so we're going to slow down. We actually need to turn this around, so we'll put the brakes on. And then start turning, I think. It is leaning ever so slightly, but then like landing gear goes out and brakes on. That is brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Now let's see. Nobody in the 13 meters per second is still 29 miles per hour, which is a fairly significant speed. It is a relatively significant speed. But I had, you know, with all these wheels and the RCS and all the wheel authority we had, I think we're okay. So yeah, I think it was all right. I think it was all right. The only thing is now is I don't know whether we need an engineer or a scientist to conduct this. So I'm going to deploy it with an engineer. Okay, so we're just putting that in Nudger's inventory. We're going to EVA Nudger. We're going to let go. And then we're just going to walk away from the space station just a little bit. The space station? The base station. And then we should be able to then deploy. Okay, so it's there on the ground. So we can interact with it. It says science rate is 5%. So it looks like... I'm not sure. Science per hour. Let's disable that part. And then we need to go get the other bit. So let's just try and get in the right position to grab on. And oops, we fell over. Why are you falling over? Big jump now. Well, that's not that is a big jump. I didn't mean to do that. Come on, Nudger. There we go. It's a little bit worrying, but never mind. We'll pick up the other What? Well, he's put it down. But it's in his inventory still? Is that supposed to happen? Why is that in his inventory? Next time, bring a ladder. Well, the thing is, usually we have... what do we normally have? Hang on a second. Or is it J and L to rotate? Oh, I see. Normally we have jetpacks on, so that's okay. EVA suits, yeah. Wow, that's quite cool. So yeah, normally that's not a problem. I was a little bit far away then. But the problem is, for some reason, this guy can't have his EVA suit and carry those at the same time. Yeah, I can add a ladder. We just don't have one with us. This is an engineer with a welding tool as well. We've done it before. We did it to fix the antennas on that rover as well. Yeah, you can kind of swap between the two different things. There we go. So now I've got on board and we've put... It's still in our inventory. That's weird. Okay, never mind. Now we can EVA and leave properly. Back to the... Where's the lander gone? There it is, 1.4 kilometers that way. So we'll use the lander to go back up to the space station, refuel, and potentially bring the other packs down. And once we've deployed this on the moon, I've got a funny feeling we'll be able to do some, I don't know, potentially lots of science. I don't know. We'll see. It's all new stuff to me. Okay, we're going forward too fast. There we go. More module means more silence. Use a duplication bug to... I'm not sure it's a duplication bug. I'm not sure, just don't know. Okay. So we've got those two components, but I think you need all four. Maybe all 5 components to be able to actually run that properly. So we're definitely going to have to go up to the space station again. We will try and get our scientists to do something. We'll see. So let's now switch over here. And we will EVA Real Fella, our level 2 scientist. Just see what we can do with these. Oh, we also need to plant a flag while we're here. That's one of the mission objectives. So, I guess if I... Module deployed true. Enable part true. Power units required 1. Yeah, so it's got no power units next to it, I think. Which is why it's not doing anything. And then I think this one's the same. Yeah, connection state not connected, and so forth. So we're going to have to bring a power unit with us next time. But one of the things we came here to do is plant a flag. We may as well take a surface sample, I guess. Keep that experiment. Do an EVA report. Plant a flag. We'll call it base or something. Base. And let's head back up to the space station, I guess. The only thing we've got to really, really be careful with is that we don't run out of fuel trying to get to the space station. In theory, we've got enough fuel to do it. This lander is a bit heavy, really. It is a little bit heavy compared to like the engines and the fuel tank. The engines aren't the most efficient engines for landing on the moon. It's just the ones that would fit on the craft design that I had in mind. Just trying not to come in too fast so the real fella ends up tumbling along the surface. See, that's another thing as well, is that this land has got a lot of science equipment on it that we just generally don't use, as well as quite a lot of monopropellant and stuff. So it is a very heavy lander. Right then. Let's get ready to leave. Let's just check the map. So where's the space station? And where's our other probe? Oh, it's still miles away. So the space station has just gone past us. So we're going to have to go left. So let's just fast forward a little bit. Oh no, it's just coming up. We're going to have to go right. Okay, cool. So this is actually a good time to launch. So the first thing, which way round are we? So we need to head this way. So the first thing I'm going to do is enable the SAS, throttle to minimum. We completed one of the contracts, so that's one contract done. But I'm just going to throttle up and just head straight up for a little bit, just to give us a bit of breathing room. And then I'm going to see about making sure that I think we're the right way around. No, that's not it. What was that? That was a massive graphical. Did anybody else see that? Anyway, this is the way that we need to go, I think. And we'll burn at a 45. Yeah, there was a movement thing or a in the sky, wasn't there? I saw that. So we're just going to gently burn until we get to, like, how high does the space station orbit? 40k. Right, there's 40. So then we warp to there. Yeah, it was some sort of weird... I've never... What, was it again? I didn't see it. Then we'll go prograde. Yeah, it looked like a maneuver mod or something, but I haven't got any mods. But there it is. What? EVA construction bug? I don't know. I really have no idea. It does, but I don't want to do anything. Right, okay. Let's get ourselves sorted out. So the space station's in front of us. Oh, we have like next to no fuel left. It's from the EVA construction. You've had the same thing after being in construction mode. Okay. We might be able to use the monopropellant to bring us in. If we do it slow enough. We have got loads of monopropellant at the space station. I nearly always have this problem. When trying to do this journey. So maybe we need to adjust this vehicle somehow. Take some weight off it. At least we've got it into orbit, so we can use the tug to go fetch it. If necessary. There we go.
Fantastic.
Fantastic indeed. King, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for following. So, yeah, we're pretty much out of fuel, but I might be able to do this with monopropellant if we need to. Gecko says time for me to go. Catch you later, Hellish. All right, thank you very much. Take care. We haven't got too much longer, actually. Do I use the tug? I don't know. All right, let's see what we can do. Let's warp here. And we want to go clockwise, so I'm going to go to the anti-normal and see if that's what we need. No, that was worse. We definitely need to either bring a new lander or something to the space station, because I have this problem nearly every single time. Like, one lot of fuel is not enough. We're using monopropellant now to actually adjust the orbits. Right, there we go. We've run out of fuel. That's the problem we've got. We've run out of fuel in the lander. I can't go from the space station down to the surface and then back up to the space station without running out of fuel. I mean, the space station is literally over there. That's as close as I managed to get to it. So I think what we'll do... I mean... I have plenty of fuel on the space station. The problem is the lander, even when it's full of fuel, when I land and then come back again, I run out just before getting back. Anyway, we'll warp to here and we'll adjust our periapsis so that we're going to slowly catch up with it. So let's point retrograde. And we're just going to get as close as possible. There we go. So a few orbits now and we'll get really, really close, I think. Oh. Not a few orbits. I got that almost right straight away. We might be able to do this with monopropellant. So the... Yeah, we can use the tug here, so... I'm not going to do it just yet, actually. I'm going to wait until we're a little bit closer. Yeah, that'll do. There it is again. In space. Even if we can just like null out our relative velocity. You notice for the RCS I'm not bringing the lever up and down. I'm using this rocker switch on the back. We still have 19 units of RCS, so might be able to do this. I just need to make sure that we don't use so much that we don't have enough to stop it. That's the problem. No, don't use RCS for that. I think we might be able to do this. I think we might be able to do it. I think we might be able to run out of fuel and use the monopropellant to finish rendezvous and docking with the space station, which is absolutely amazing. But what I'm thinking is that we just remove a load of things from this that we don't use, and hopefully that will improve the delta V of the whole craft when it's full of fuel. I mean, we'll fill it up and maybe we'll test it sometime. I mean, it doesn't need 2 solar panels. It could just have 1. It doesn't need all of this monopropellant unless we run out of fuel and we need it. All this scientist equipment, we're not using it at the moment. Right. Let's fast forward a little bit until we are much closer. That's plenty close, thank you. There we go. Right, let's dock up. I think on this occasion we will just dock to somewhere that's convenient to where we are. So we'll set that as a target. We will now control from here, so we're actually going backwards. We will switch to the space station, set that as the target, and control from here. The solar panel isn't heavy. I know the solar panel isn't heavy, but it's like, what more can I do to make... I mean, I think maybe we just need a better lander. The thing is that we've got the same lander at our Minmus space station, and that one's fine, because getting down from orbit to Minmus is... oh, hang on a minute. What if we reduce the orbit of the space station? What if we make the space station orbit at a lower orbit? Surely that would then reduce the amount of delta V that we need. Okay, here we go. No, don't use the RCS. You've got reaction wheels for... Yeah, Minmus gravity is much lower. Much lower. Whoa. I mean, there is a chance I could get away with like just 3 landing legs and things like that. Right. Wow, the space station is wobbling about like crazy. Let's turn its SAS off. Okay, I think that's better. Right, let's see if we can do this with the tiny amount that we've got here. Docking mode. RCS on. Okay, here we go. He's wobbling quite a bit again. Let's turn that SAS off. I think it's because of the other ship that's there. Right, okay, so there we go. Let's try and get this smack on first time. It's looking quite good. Angle's a bit off, but as long as we come in slow enough, I think we'll be okay. Reducing the altitude would not help much. That's what I was worried about. God, the slightest touch here is throwing this whole thing off majorly. But we're getting pretty close now. Oh, look at that. That is a good dock. Whoa. Right. First thing we're going to do is fill up the tank of the lander. There we go. I don't know how much we're going to have left for sending the guys back. We might have to try and be clever. Or use some RCS again. And then the RCS tanks we could try and fill up. We really need to. So what I'll do is I'll do one of them now like this. So we've got loads of monopropellant over here. We can fill these up no problem at all. And what I'll do is between now and next stream is I will use the rest of the monopropellant in the other tank to make sure all of them are filled up. So that is that. I think we're probably gonna... Yeah, that tank's pretty empty. That tank's pretty empty too, so... How much fuel... Oh, look at that. I'm not 100% sure we've got enough fuel to get back. Biggest help is a lighter and more efficient engine. Better vacuum ISP. There's not many that are better than the one that we've got, I think, at the moment. I'll have to look into it. Have we got fuel in this? We have got fuel in that. The only problem is that we've still got the control unit, the comms part, and the science part to drop on the surface. You know what? What we'll do is we'll bring some fuel over so that we can go down to the surface without worrying about it to drop them down. Maybe I'll do that as a Viewer Plus bonus video. But we've managed to get down to the surface, deploy those items ready. We've currently got a second stage docked at the space station. So I think what we'll do is we'll just leave that in orbit there. And we'll check in with our probe. I've got a funny feeling that this live stream is going to be like a two-parter. There we go. Right, okay, so our probe is now here. It's going to escape in 7 days. So we can warp to that point. And this probe is the one that we're going to try and fly by Eve. Don't know if we're going to be able to. We're just giving it a go. We're just having a crack. We're just going to see what happens. Okay, so we're going to leave Kerbin's sphere of influence. There we go. Now we need to figure out how we're going to get an intersect with Eve. You'll add more fuel tanks. You'll lose some thrust to weight ratio, but when you launched it looked like you had good thrust to weight anyway. Yeah, plenty of thrust to weight. So let's see what happens if we add a maneuver node in. It's not very often I use these because I tend to do stuff that I normally know how to do. So if we bring a periapsis down to here, that's 800 meters per second at delta V. And then if we keep going round over and over again, it's going to catch up with us. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go and do a retrograde burn. I mean, this is going to take years. This is going to be a long-term project, I think, whilst we do other ones. So let's just burn retrograde until we're going to be in the same periapsis sort of thing as an Eve orbit there. So, throttling up. And like I said, this is a really, really weak engine, but it's a really, really... Whoa, what's that? That's a Kerbin. That's a Kerbin jobby, that is. That could be decades. It could be. But like I said, we're just gonna have fun with it. See what happens. It might be that our second probe gets to Eve before the first one does. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know how long an orbit is for Eve. What's its... Oh, hang on, what was that? Okay, never mind. That's how people think cryo travel might end up happening. I don't know what you mean, Brandon. Yeah, there's no Kerbal on board, so that's cool. I'm pretty sure I'm getting intercepts with Kerbin every now and then. It's working out how many times I'd have to go around, and then I would hit Kerbin again. Like there. I mean, I think I've timed this wrong. Whoa, what was that? There we go. So we're actually going to be on opposite sides of the orbit. Couldn't have been much worse. But never mind. By the time the first travellers get somewhere, people would have already be there because they've invented something faster. That is actually probably pretty true, I bet. Okay, folks. We've mostly had a lot of success. There's been a lot of fiddling around on the moon because I was not experienced with deploying those science things. But, you know, we're all right. It's good. And also we had some silly launch failures right at the beginning. But we now have a long-term probe on the way to Eve. And we also have started deploying science on the surface of the moon. Now, we've got, I think, the rest... Yeah, we've got the rest of the things that we need to be able to deploy the rest of the science. We just need more fuel at the lunar space station. So what we'll do is I will probably do a stream on Discord at some point. Whether it's Viewer Plus or not, I don't know. And we will take more fuel to the lunar space station with one of the TR-10s. We'll do the dedicated fuel variant. So the fuel variant just has more fuel. But what we'll do is we'll take the fuel variant into Kerbin orbit, refuel at the Kerbin space station, and then go to the moon just to get absolutely loads there. So it's basically the booster plus the second stage plus the fuel module. So we actually have a lot of fuel, and we'll get it all the way up there. Staging's not great. Staging does need fixing when I bring these things together, but overall I think we're okay. Nope. There we go. That's better. Don't you have a full fuel refining things research yet? No, we're not that far in the Let's Play. This is going to be fuel to the moon. Save. So no, we're not that far into this yet. We haven't researched that far. I think one of the next things that we'd be able to research is that. So we're kind of just unlocking like everything before that. This is stream 20, so we've done quite well. Bearing in mind that I've had to learn a lot to get to where we are. We have lost 3 Kerbals. We're not reverting flights and stuff. So we're doing okay. So, I'm going to summarise where we are right now. So we have over 2 million in money. We are unlocking good amounts of science. I don't know if this probe is eventually going to lose communications. It might do. It might not. I have no idea. But we're going to try and get to Eve with the TR-10 Explorer. We've got our 3 space stations, the Minimus one and the Kerbin one, the 2 big ones that actually generate our science. The moon, and the Minimus space station is a small one, sorry. The moon and the Kerbin one's the big one. Then we've got our deployed science. And once we've got all that sorted out, I think we're all right. I think we're looking good. And of course, we've got our rovers. So we've got our rovers. We've got rovers on Minimus, and we've got rovers on the moon. And we've got flags all over the place, and we've got all our communications satellites as well. So it's all looking quite good. Yeah, I've done okay. What are the difficulty settings? So the difficulty settings for this series are normal plus Kerbals don't return. So it's custom based on normal. So that's what that one is. So we've kind of gone for the middle difficulty, but we've also added that Kerbals don't return. And that's because of all our Kerbals are named after the Viewer Plus subscribers. So we've got currently 39 Viewer Plus subscribers. Thank you very much to all of you guys for supporting the channel. And many of them are in the game. Unfortunately, 3 of them have perished, but that's what happens. That's what happens when you become a Viewer Plus subscriber. You take the risk of going into one of my games and me not quite being able to sort you out and like not smash you into the surface of the moon. But there we go, folks. Yeah, I think I'm going to do some setups maybe for next time. And I think we're going to have some more long-term missions. So, like, send in probes to different places. We'll plan it a little better, maybe. That third stage is a relatively good way of doing it, I think. We've got a lot of Delta V to work with there. So yeah, join Viewer Plus at your own risk. That's right, DJ Egg. But like I said, that's going to be all from me tonight. Remember, on Saturday night this week, we are having a big multiplayer Open TTD viewers game. So if you're into Open TTD, make sure you don't miss that. And I will see you all soon. Check out the Discord announcements. It's the best place to keep in touch with what's going on. And tomorrow lunchtime, we should have a little live stream. It'll be a little bit later than what it normally is. Normally it's about 12:30. It might, UK time, might be 1:30. Okay? So take care, everybody. Thank you very much. You've all been absolutely fantastic. And have a good evening. Have a good day. Have a good night. Goodbye.